Morning, everybody. Hope everyone's doing wonderfully well today. Another trading session in front of us. We got lots of stocks moving on earnings. After hours yesterday, you got your mags. You got a bunch of more companies in the S&P 500 that reported this morning, which we'll quickly run through. We got a few more after hours. Apple is the big one after hours. Initial job loss claims coming in, wow, much better than expectations. That's quite incredible. GDP somewhat weaker, 0.2% lower on the GDP front. Core PC coming in line, interesting. Real consumer spend, nothing to see there. Personal income, nothing to see there. Okay. Next data set we have is Chicago PMI at 9:45, roughly 33 minutes. Natural gas storage. Okay. Good. All right, let's quickly go through some of the laggers this morning. T-Doc gapping down on its earnings. Yeah, pretty much trading near the lows of the session. Meta obviously under some near-term pressure on higher than expected CapEx, or at least a raise in CapEx. It is getting a bounce off its pre-market low, but I wouldn't be surprised to see Meta try to test 592 pivot down here again, especially if it loses pre-market low. Uh, IP International Paper, that's down on its earnings. New lows, new 52-week lows. ITW also seeing some downside pressure. We go to some of the shakers and movers, the big winners on the session. We got WCC, that is Wesco International. Big move to the top side here. New all-time highs for Wesco. QCOM, big push up for QCOM. This one's probably going to get a momentum bid, try to attack this 182 gap fill. Quanta Services, PWR, big gap up to the high side. Intel strong, semis are strong, obviously across the board. Microsoft is seeing some downside pressure, about $6 drop down, 1.5%. Amazon trying to push to the top side yet again. I still like Amazon to 280. I do have some lotto calls, and then I have Microsoft lotto puts down to 400. Google, obviously a beast. Wouldn't be surprised to see Actually, Google could try to push up a little bit more, actually. It looks like Google wants to try to test 400 on the session. LLY, big mover today as well. That one's gapping up on the session, 900. Pre-market high hit around 919. That one could be a trade back into at least the 200, if not the 20-day moving average on the long side. What else we got? Textron, Qualcomm, Hertz, ticker HTZ. I do like trading Hertz every once in a while. Um, Hertz may try to make a run for $7. I'm actually going to be considering, if the market stays elevated, trading Hertz on the long side today. It's a cheap equity. It's volatile. It's going to have a ton of volume today, which is what I like. So you can almost buy the equity as a option play. So it's a 6 one. Yeah, so I might try to take. You feel super sleepy? Yeah, you know what? If you feel super sleepy, better to take a rest day. Better take a rest day for sure. Let's look at IGV today. So IGV, guys, is kind of lagging software because of Microsoft. CRM is down again. Oracle's down again. Obviously, semiconductors continue to show resiliency. Intel pushing new highs. Qualcomm, big mover here, pushing your SOXX much, much higher here on the session. Still slightly off its highs, but looks like it wants to try to attack that previous all-time high again. Quite crazy, the resiliency in these semis. SOXX gapping up about $6 on the session. Today we do have crude oil softening up a bit, back testing that breakout trend line there for the Dixie, and yields are also under a little bit of pressure. Gold, silver showing strength. So the market's got the backdrop for softer crude oil, which is a big, big, big headwind recently. Apple's going to be interesting today. It's been consolidating, but still a lot of resistance here underneath the 7-day moving average. I think Apple might see some sell side pressure today. It does have earnings after hours, so we'll see what happens if people de-risk into the event. Obviously, I think Apple has a bullish report, to be honest. I sense Apple probably could make a move to the 290s. If this is an inverted head and shoulders pattern that breaks out, it's got a ton of room to the upside. We're talking about a low pivot here, 245 to 275-ish. That's about a 30-point move. It takes us to 290 to 300. Interesting. So once again, we're going to see semiconductors grab the more saturation in the market. You can see SOXX to IGV already eating this morning. So I'm looking at trading Hertz, guys, on the long side. Probably just going to pick up shares. If you want to do options, $7 calls might play out here. I think we're going to try to retest this high pivot. Pre-market high on Hertz is all the way up here on 738 and change. Might have a little bit of squeeze momentum. Keep that on watch. Quantum mixed on the session. Some CI, uranium's green. Man, Western Digital is ridiculous. That's crazy. Up again. SoFi seeing a little bit of a bounce this morning, up about 2.35%. Probably gets faded today. Let's see, Hood. Hood is also getting a little bit of a bounce. Wouldn't be surprised to see that get faded. So there is quite a bit of red out there on the session. You're seeing a mixed bag of price action once again. QQQ is your strongest due to semiconductors. IWM is just barely green on the session. Meta obviously lagging. So it's interesting. You got this tug of war pool, right? You got in the communication basket, you got Google that's ripping to the top side here, breaking out again to new all-time highs, up about 6.89%, and Meta down 7.9. So net, let's see this XLC. XLC is down on the session right now. Again, I'm still in 280 Amazon calls. That's one of the lotto swings I took. I'm optimistic that Amazon can hit 280 today. I think that that is one that could be watched for a quick momentum scalp early on, a big early push. Banks are mixed this morning. Oh yeah, Caterpillar also reported, so industrials are seeing a little bit. CAT, interesting. How is Honeywell? Nothing to do there. Man, look at this PWR as well, up 10%. There might be a small scalp short, guys, on this Viavi here today. This is crazy. This is one of the more extended stocks in the market. This is a monster gap up on Viavi or Viav, whatever, however you pronounce it, up over 30%. And this is really, this might hold its gains, but we're looking at now a parabolic monthly RSI of 91.96. This looks like a bit of a blow-off move in the near term. I do expect some profit taking. There's a couple monthly pivots that we're testing here. 91, 92 RSI on the monthly. The weekly RSI is going to be insane after today's gap up. So I wouldn't be surprised to see some profit taking off of this name. I might actually scalp it short today. Just see what the market cap is now. So it was a 10.54 billion market cap ahead. Now it's gapping up 30%. So just understand it's kind of small still, but wouldn't be surprised to see some profit taking. Watch this Hertz, guys. This is the one that I'm interested in trading. I'm probably just going to grab shares. I'm looking for a dip buy, two entries, kind of a pierce of the 20-day around 625 and the 7-day. So I'm looking at two entries. I'm just going to buy shares in Hertz. Looking for a scalp today. We do have a nice little gap fill. Keep the S&P up here. All right, so I've got windows open here, guys, for that Hertz S&P, and I am going to pull a short off on that Viavi today at some point. Just got to decide whether I want to wait a little bit more. But VIAV. And these are just scalping opportunities intraday. Viavi, you might have a swing trade potential, but it might need a few more days, but just for scalps. 4 minutes till the open, guys. 4 minutes. Microsoft showing quite a bit of weakness, guys, down about $10 right now. So I still have, oof, dropping hard. Look at the Microsoft drop. I like it. So we did take a little bit of a lotto put trade on Microsoft. This one could melt pretty hard here. It is dropping fast here before the open. Nice hard down move, making a new pre-market low. That's really good to see. Again, hopefully we can get those puts in the money. Okay. I got another side window open though, so I'll watch it. So we did, at least we've got the directional move right. For we took puts on the earnings play for Microsoft. We took calls on Amazon. Don't know how those are going to open up. They're not in the money yet, but they still have time to get in the money. So we've at least got the directional bet right on both of our lotto trades. So let's see how things shape up today. But software looks like it's going to get sold in today. Once again, looks like that software money is going right back into your semiconductors. Microsoft is seeing hard sell side pressure here. So I got two tranches. If I get the right dip, guys, I'm looking at buying a Pierce of the 20-day on Hertz and maybe the 7-day stop loss. I'm going to keep it fairly tightish, but I'm looking at two entries just on shares. The equity is cheap on Hertz, so it will be volatile. Nice. Microsoft testing new lows, pre-market lows right now. All right, guys, we are open. We are open sesame. Come on, Hertz, give us the dip. Amazon's starting to get rejected here. What else we got going on? Intel has now gone negative. Software still getting hit pretty sharply here. Microsoft down 3.1%. Nice hard sell on SPY right off the gate there. Nice hard sell. SoFi still holding steady. Netflix is getting smacked. Big profit taking coming into the tape here, guys. So backtesting the 20-day there on Hertz. That is a 20-day tap. Fuck, it just missed my level, man. I was looking at a first entry at 622 on Hertz. Damn. All right, we might still get it. S&P still seeing some sell side. Amazon's being drained off of the highs. Microsoft's trying to hold an hourly EMA level, but still looking somewhat weak. Hertz getting a bounce. SOXX is also being drained here, guys. Just a little bit. You are seeing some sell side pressure. Intel's down 1%. Marvell's still green. You got quite a bit of red on the screen out there, guys. Meta's still down 9, Amazon up 2, Google still holding steady, up 7.5. Nvidia's now rolled over, so there is a bit of sell side pressure hitting your semiconductors. We'll see if that starts to rotate back into software at this point in time. I'm not really seeing too much rotation. The dollar is trying to hold the crude oil is trying to hold potentially a higher low intraday, holding 101.82. Amazon's getting a fat candle back to the downside. Well, my puts got cooked there. That's crazy. Intel's coming in pretty sharply, guys, down almost 2% on the session. We are seeing semis giving up some of the gains. I like it. Let's see if SOXX wants to go red. Certainly a potential of that. AMD's rolled over. Micron's still strong, up 2.5, but we are seeing some weakness, guys. We are seeing weakness. Semis are giving up the majority of their gains. So is IGV. XLF is seeing hard sell side pressure. Western Digital still holding steady. Uranium Nuclear still holding green. Bitcoin still holding steady. We do have natural gas inventory steady. Natural gas is still trading at a support level, but it's on the precipice of breaking to the downside. We are seeing industrials acting somewhat well today. Strengthened Caterpillar. If anyone picked a short on VAV, that is starting to come in, guys, off of the highs quite sharply. Still holding up 23%, but it is coming in. Hertz is still holding. I never got a fill on Hertz, but still might be interested. But the markets are coming in pretty hard here. Look at Amazon. Amazon's seeing quite a nasty sell candle. Big hammer. Google's starting to come in. Meta's just nasty. Look at Meta, just filthy. Breaching pre-market lows, guys. There's that 599 liquidity pivot sweep that we're coming into. Sorry, the level that we're looking at is this 591 pivot is probably where Meta wants to go. Microsoft still looking filthy. SOXX is almost negative on the session. There's probably going to be a dip buy at some point. But pre-market low test already for SOXX, guys. The big question is this going to give us a failed inverse head and shoulders breakout here? We have an inverted head and shoulders on the hourly chart that has triggered, which gives us a higher upside target, a new high. But that pattern does have a strong potential of failing. Now you're seeing crude oil making a pretty strong push to the upside here on the hourly chart, back testing a support level from yesterday, seeing a big buy program. Amazon's almost red. Amazon's getting smacked here. Quantum under a lot of pressure. Nike, consumer discretionary under a lot of pressure. Tesla's rolled over. Eli Lilly, that's still holding steady. And you know, there's a lot because we have so much earnings. There's kind of the economic data that we got this morning is being swept under the rug. The economic data, I don't know. It doesn't really make sense what we're seeing specifically around the report today. So the U.S. got a GDP number of 2%, which was lower than the forecast of 2.2. So we got a 0.2% miss on the GDP number, but the initial job loss claims came in strong. So I don't know. You got weakness in the GDP, but you still got a resilient labor market. So the data is probably cooked. All right, back to the tape, guys. Amazon has completely rolled over here. Looking at Viavi, guys, still seeing quite a bit of sell side pressure. Look at that breaching pre-market low. Look at Amazon. That is rolling over. S&P is probably going to get murked here and go negative. That would not surprise me. Microsoft's trying to hold steady. You still got Google holding steady. Let's look at Qualcomm. That's still a beast at the highs. Chipotle still a beast coming in. Hertz is getting interesting here, guys. I might take a stab on the long side of Hertz still, but I might wait until we get a little bit more consolidation here. Anyone picked a short on Viavi? That was, again, a top play. Look at that. Just nasty, nasty, nasty selling, guys. Coming in from the highs. This one was one of the more extended charts. I mean, we look at that RSI in the pre-market, 94 on the weekly, and then the monthly is even more insane. Absolutely more insane. Look at the monthly, 93 on the monthly. That's fucking crazy, man. Absolutely crazy. All right, we are still seeing sell side pressure in the tape. QQQ has gone negative. So what's interesting about that is the Qs were the strongest indice in the pre-market. Now they're the weakest. IWM has taken leadership. That's up 0.42. And you can kind of tell that the inflation expectations are pushing people out of bonds and back into, at least yesterday we saw that, out of bonds and into your riskier assets. Crude oil still trying to push up. Amazon got murdered, guys. Absolutely murdered. All right, Hertz. What are you doing, Hertz? What are you doing? Amazon down 1% already. S&P looking pretty heavy here. Netflix is strong. Staples are holding steady. SoFi still green on the session. Micron still holding steady. Mara up 7.5. It's a big, big move. Look at the gap and crack that we're seeing on the market today. That is filthy. Meta still almost down 10% on Meta. She is getting rocked. Rocked down to Electric Avenue. So there's still certain semis that are showing some resiliency, but Intel has gapped and cracked, rolled over, seeing a small bounce. It's probably going to be a short down as well. Wouldn't be surprised to see SOX go negative, guys. Quite a bit of sell side pressure still hitting the tape here. Nasty selling, guys. Nasty selling. Man, look at Hertz bouncing still off of that fucking 20-day moving average, man. Oh, that 20 days holding like a champ. They just didn't want to fill me. I had an order at 622, guys, on Hertz. Look at that bounce. Shit, man. It's like they saw me. That's okay. SOXX is still coming in sharply. Spies getting clobbered still. Amazon. Oh my goodness gracious me. Look at Amazon, guys. That is one fat candle. Look at that 10-minute candle. Look at that 20-minute candle. That is crazy. That is huge, huge sell candle. Wow. Let's look at Google again. Google might be setting up very similar. There is a lot of resistance up here on Google. I thought it was going to want to make a move for 400, but it's coming in. It's coming in. All right, SOXX trying to defend its pre-market low here. Microsoft now participating in more downside. Heavy selling on MSFT, guys. New low of day for Microsoft. New low of day. It's here in the tape. Marvell's still super strong. Quantum's now trying to get a bounce. IGV software still lagging quite a bit. Financials are lagging a touch here. Man, I'm so pissed. I don't know what happened overnight, but TradingView messed up my whole master watch list. I had it organized, and I woke up today, and my list is all messed up. Pisses me off. JP Morgan still showing some resiliency. Yields are still weak. Bitcoin still pumping. Silver, gold still strong. Apple down. Microsoft down. Amazon down. Meta down. Tesla down. Nvidia down. Google still holding steady. Q, SPY, IWM are all green, but majority of the mags are seeing selling. Big bounce, guys. Markets did fill the downside gap. Wow, big bounce. Crypto is still flexing its muscles right now. BTC still trying to push up intraday, running into a little bit of daily chart resistance here at 76,500. Might have a touch of a pullback, but still looks pretty constructive to move higher. VIX is heating up. Yeah, Mark? Yeah, the VIX was trying there. Look at that Viavi, guys. INTC trying to go back to the green side. Big push back up on SPY. Incredible. Incredible. Nvidia is still lagging quite a bit here, guys. Tesla as well. Getting a little bit of broad participation. You're getting a red to green reversal on Oracle, so maybe other software names are going to follow suit, guys. IGV. Let's look through this software basket because Oracle is showing some strength. Palantir as well, showing some strength. CRM, that's still pretty weak. Duolingo, that's trying to go green. See Intuit's still weak. Adobe, that's trying to get a buy program. Nuclear is moving today, seeing quite a bit of strength. Meta's technically a short off this pre-market low area. 610 would be your stop loss. A close above 610 would be your stop. But Meta's a short back down to probably 591-ish, 592-ish. I'm curious to see. So you had a really decent report from Amazon, but that's gapped and cracked. If Google gaps and cracks, right now it's still up 5.7, but if Google gives up these gains, this market's going to go deep to the downside. Deep, deep, deep. Wow, Mara is absolutely flying, guys. Micron now seeing a little bit of selling. Your mags are getting rocked. Nvidia down 1.87. Q's now negative again. Apple negative. Microsoft down 3.6. Amazon down 1.9. Meta almost down 10. Tesla down 0.4. Seeing some energy stocks trying to climb back. XOM, Valero, they were deeply negative. Now they're seeing a bit of a buy program. Look at Intel, guys, today. That's also getting heavy. So That's telling me that SOXX has a chance of going negative here today. You're obviously seeing still some pockets of strength in Micron, Western Digital, Marvell, Qualcomm. Microsoft, guys, starting to come down pretty heavy again. MSFT seeing more downside sell pressure. Testing its earnings low. No, sorry, pre-market low. OR low. Crude oil still a little bit soft. Micron still holding steady. S&P still looks a touch vulnerable. So again, we are seeing the IWM still holding. It is pulling off from the highs here, but the Russell is still your leader on the session. But wouldn't surprise me to see more selling hit the tape. There's definitely a lot of profit taking. A lot of stocks have had continuation blow off moves. I mean, we're still technically overbought. Trading, the market is still very expensive compared to where oil is trading, even with the softening in oil today. Market valuation is still pretty expensive. Let's see. What's XLF doing? What's your S&P doing? S&P still holding steady. Interesting. Hertz still holding steady. Med is trying to catch a little bit of a bounce. Guys, I'm thinking of shorting Meta here. 610 is probably going to be my stop loss. Looking at the chain right now. Puts May 1st, 1 day puts. All right, I'm going to take 600 puts on Meta. I'm just trying to see how it shapes up here. I'm going to look for an entry here very shortly. Very shortly. It is defending that pre-market low. That's kind of the interesting fact. Might try to catch a little bit more of a bounce. Just going to be patient, but I am looking at 600 puts on Meta as a little bit of a scalp. They're about $5 a piece. 500 a con. Semiconductors are now seeing more sell side pressure as well. Interesting. Financials are still pretty heavy. Intel coming in sharply. How's Googly Moogly doing? Microsoft seeing a big sell candle. Still riding those Microsoft 400 lottos for tomorrow. 400 puts. That's coming in. Google starting to see some sell side pressure now as well. Let's see. What are you going to get here? See this gap down move. Meta. Yeah, I might wait for like a 617 kind of tap, but this S&P is coming in hard here. So what's a previous gap fill there? Should be some resistance. Microsoft testing 406, crude oil flagging on the 10-minute chart. SOXX, guys, is starting to come in a little bit heavier now. Netflix is holding steady. CRM's getting murdered. Microsoft down 4.3. IGV, heaven. Nvidia, guys, dumping here. Almost down 2% on Nvidia, dragging the Qs down as well with Microsoft and Meta. I'm watching the side window action on Google, and it's still coming in. Amazon's sitting right on its daily 7 moving average. It is still negative. Wow, Microsoft's drilling. Drill, baby, drill. Drill, baby, drill. Microsoft is going for 404. That is the 3 trillion psychological market cap number. Is Microsoft going to lose 404.36 and back under 3 trillion? There is a strong chance of that. Look at Microsoft. So Microsoft has breached a few levels here, guys. It's pierced its pre-market low by a long shot. It's breached its earnings spike low, and now it's coming for that 4 trillion market cap. 20-day moving average is at 403.41, and it's being drained here. Market is getting smacked around. SOXX coming back into that pre-market low level. It had a nice couple 10-minute candle bounces off of the zone, and it is seeing more sell side pressure. Come on, Microsoft, drain it, drain it. Go, go, go. I want you cheaper. I'd love to buy Microsoft back under that 4 trillion. All right, guys, our 400 puts are trying to perk up. Come on, baby. Drain it. Drain it. Meta also getting hard rejections. Semi's seeing more sell side. IGV now down 2.3%, guys. We could be setting up a bit of a bloodbath here. Most people would have anticipated that the market would have stayed firm today with oil backing off a little bit, but doesn't seem to be the case. We're getting some fierce sell side pressure. Semis are still green. That's going to be the tail of the tape. If SOXX rolls over to the downside and gives us a failed inverted head and shoulders breakout, things are going to get real nasty. Man, some of these mags are just getting slaughtered today. Look at Meta right back down. Amazon's looking nasty. Google's still holding. So if Google starts to roll, it's going down, down, down. Big bounce on Apple there. Nvidia still looking nasty, heavy. Head and shoulders in the hourly has triggered. Intel still negative. Micron still holding steady, but that's coming in. AMD still looking ferociously strong. Interesting. Meta getting slapped right back down. Come on, Microsoft. Drop it down. But you know what? When these mags sell off like this, it does provide quite a bit of capital to slosh around and find other homes in the market. So we'll see what happens. Eli Lilly's still strong. Valero's rolled back over. I want to see if Micron and AMD, they're kind of neck and neck in terms of gains on the session. They're still green. So there's still pretty big weightings in your SOXX, which are holding things steady. But NVIDIA is draining down 2.8%, guys. NVIDIA is getting smoked here. Meta's still looking weak. Those Meta 600Ps are up nicely. Microsoft getting a bit of a bounce here. You know, Google might be a short, guys, here. I would say if you wanted to short Google intraday, my stop loss would be 373.50-ish. But SPY's retesting some support levels, coming into pre-market low. All right, I'm actually going to take a Google, guys, 365 put. a Google 365 put. That's what I'm watching to enter here. SOXX is now rolling over as well. My stop loss on Google is going to be, I'm not in yet, just trying to make sure I understand my levels in advance. 5-minute Google chart. All right, the stop loss is going to be a 5-minute close above this 373 pivot, guys, on Google. I'm taking 365 puts a little bit higher. I want to see maybe a 371 tap, and I'd consider getting in on the short side of Google. And I'm going to keep a fairly tight stop loss. 5-minute close above 373. I'd close it for a loss. I'm going to wait till 371 to enter. These 365 Google puts are trading around $1.75. Come on, Google. Hit 371. Give it to me. Hit 371. SOXX is still defending its pre-market low. Interesting. Come on, Google. Come on, get to 371. Come on. Push up a little bit. Meta's still looking like nastiness. Intraday. SOXX is defending pre-market low. Microsoft sitting on 405. It did pierce that 3 trillion market cap, Microsoft, but it's trying to defend price off of that zone. Big bounce on your S&P, guys. Really big bounce. Meta's still forming a bit of bear flag. Semis are still flexing their muscles. Nvidia's still down 2.75, but you got strength in AMD and Micron's actually almost rolled over to the negative side. But AMD eating Micron's gains now, so it seems. Marvell's still strong. Intel still down 2%, looking fairly weak. Meta testing 603. ServiceNow's rolled over. CRM's down 4. Microsoft down 4.5. IGV down 2.1. Interesting. Apple's back to the green side. QQQ's down 0.1. IWM still green on the session, up about $1. SPY's just flat to green. Crude oil down 2.75%, trying to flag on the 10-minute chart. Microsoft still coming in quite a bit. All right, guys, I am taking a short on Google here. I got filled at $1.61. My stop loss is a close, 5-minute close above this 373 on Google, guys. I waited patiently. 5-minute close above 373. Microsoft still looking for new lows on the session, guys. Google's still holding crazy strong here. Semis are bouncing ferociously. S&P still trying to get above its prior day high. Come on, Google. Guys, Nvidia still selling even harder now, down 3.25% and dropping like a rock. Dropping like a rock. Microsoft new low of day, testing 403, losing 3 trillion market cap, guys, MSFT. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Make it cheaper. I want to buy you later on. Go down. I hope you go much, much lower, Microsoft. I wouldn't mind buying you again on the cheap side. It's coming into the 20-day moving average, Microsoft. I'd love to see that 393 gap filled. Google's stubborn here. Meta's still trying. All right, crude oil trying to break out of a potential little 10-minute bull flag. Still might need a little bit more consolidation, but it's trying. All right, here we come. Come on, let's see if Google can get some sell side pressure here. All the other mags have sold quite nicely, except for Google. Come on, Google. So what I'll look to do, guys, if we get a retest of this low wick here, the low of day for Google, I will trim half, move stops to break even. Again, I'm still keeping a fairly tight stop loss right above that 373 area if we get a 5-minute close. Google's still showing some resiliency here. Meta's trying to hold that 600 psychological whole number. Qs are still negative. The IWM is ripping here. All right, new low of day for Microsoft. Just dipped below there. Nice dip on Google, guys. S&P seeing a nice bounce. Let's drop on Microsoft. Microsoft piercing, testing 402, guys. 402. Nice drop on Microsoft. Come on, Google. What are you doing? What are you doing? Still staying so firm up here. Nastiness. Semis are still holding steady. All right, Google, come on. Come on in. S&P rolling here. Rolling heavy, baby. Let's see it. Nvidia still down 3.3, rolling heavy. S&P just went negative, guys. SPY back to the dark side. Google starting to roll. Again, guys, a sweep of this pivot is my first TP. A sweep of that pivot is my first trim spot on Google. Microsoft testing 401, guys. Yes, our puts are waking up nicely. Our 400 puts on Microsoft are waking up. Let's get it. Let's get it. Come on. SOXX now seeing some sell side pressure as well. Market's starting to roll heavy here. Google, big waiting still. If it starts to give up even a 1.69% move down to this 365 zone, it should hurt the S&P quite substantially. Come on. Roll it down. SOXX is retesting pre-market low. Crude oil still trying to flag on the 10-minute chart around 102. Looking like it wants to press higher. Come on. Microsoft down 5.36% and getting drained here intraday. Google's still a frickin' stubborn ass stock. My goodness gracious me, Google. SOX is still seeing some sell side pressure. Come on. Lots of weakness hitting the tape again. Netflix is still green, SOX is still green, JP Morgan still green, AMD is still pumping, but Micron really rolled over, guys. Heavy. MU rolled over nastily. SOXX is losing pre-market low. Microsoft new low of day, guys. Microsoft new low of day. 400 puts are coming quickly. Come on, Microsoft, give it to us. Drop it down. Nice. Google starting to roll here. Let's see if we get paid on Google puts. Come on. Again, a little bit of a sweep of this pivot. A little pierce, and I'll take half of the profits off the table on Google. We are green on the trade. I am going to put a break-even stop loss on Google, which is $1.61. So I'm not going to let the Google trade go against me. I repeat, stop loss on Google. Break-even stop loss for me, which is $1.61. Contracts are trading well over $2 now. Come on, Google. Dump it, dump it. You can do it, Google. You can do it. Just a little bit of a softening of price. Come into that 10-minute 7 moving average. You know you want that area. S&P, Meta still flagging at the lows. SOX is still defending that pre-market low. These semis are ruthless, man. They are ruthless. Nvidia's down 3.6% and the semis are still green. That is wild stuff. Fucking Marvell and AMD and Qualcomm. You snakes. Absolutely snaky. Snaky price action. Semis are getting a really fat bounce. Really fat bounce. Holy moly. Still waiting on Google. Microsoft getting a fat bounce. Meta still draining. Come on, Google. Get going, man. Get going. Look at Hertz again. That SOXX bouncing hard. Hertz is still trending to the upside, guys. Viavi, that's still trending to the downside. Intel's getting a decent bounce here. Fucking Google. Stubborn ass stock. Stubborn ass stock. AMD's a real snake. Yeah. Yeah, these semis are tough, man. Excuse me. Whoa, bless me. Netflix is still holding steady. Marvell's still holding steady. Banks are still holding. IGV still down 2.24%. Microsoft down about 5. CRM down 3.5. Microsoft is bouncing, trying to recapture 3 trillion market cap. Currently, Microsoft is trading under 3 trillion. Still looking for Google to see more sell side pressure, but it's holding steady. We have the US dollar curling slightly lower. Fucking Google, man. Still in these Google puts, guys. They're trying to stop me out at break even, but I'm still riding them. Meta seeing new lows on the session. Meta starting to drain here. SOXX right back under pre-market low. Hard rejection down there on the S&P and Meta. And I did swing those 706 SPY puts, which got absolutely creamed off the open. No point in closing them for a loss. We could still hit 706 pretty easily today. The downside potential that I have today, guys, is 705. And that is this longer term, whoops. That is this channel over here on the S&P chart. Let me go to the hourly chart. So that's this little parallel channel. These pivot low, pivot low, pivot high, pivot high. That's the downside potential. It also happened to align with a mathematical number that I was calculating this morning. So 705 is the potential downside for the S&P today. Maybe a pierce of 705. There's going to be some support, obviously, at prior day low. There'll be some support here at 706.50, but we should head to the downside here. All right, Google puts are still paying, guys. Google puts are still paying. Crude oil trying to make a little bit of a move higher here. Semiconductors SOXX is losing pre-market low for the time being. This could be the first 10-minute candle close underneath pre-market low after we've hammered off of the pre-market low area about 4 times for SOXX. Come on. Semis need to go negative to see the market breach this pre-market low. Meta, new low of day, testing $600, big psychological number. ServiceNow being drained. Intel seeing quite a bit more sell side pressure again. All right, nice drop on Google, guys. My first trim is still a sweep of this pivot. I'll sell half, keep stops at break even, and let the runners run. Come on, Google. If Google gaps and cracks, which it's a long shot, our puts would be huge. That could be like a 500% trade, maybe 1,000. I'm not too sure. I haven't done the real math on that big move. I wasn't planning on staying in for a full gap and crack, but if Google gaps and cracks, that would be a heavy, heavy sell day for the markets. Come on, Google. Come on. Come on, Google. Come on. Sell it, sell it, sell it. SPY, big bounce. Meta's still lagging pretty immensely. What's Nvidia doing? Nvidia, wow. Nvidia looks like it could come into the 20-day moving average, which is sitting at 196 and change. Obviously, there's probably going to be a bounce before, but Nvidia is testing a wide range green candle, impulse green candle breakout from last Friday, which ended up setting it to new all-time highs the following day. So this is a big spot for Nvidia. If it loses it, that could be one nasty failed all-time high breakout. It's looking gnarly, man, Nvidia. All right, Google puts are paying, baby. Come on. Come on, come on, come on. Here we go, guys. Get ready for a first trim. It might be quick, it might be fast. Be ready. Come on, Google. Give it to me. Sweep that low. Sweep that low, Google. Sweep it. Here we go, guys. Here we go. Come on, Google. You can do it. Don't fucking bounce it there, man. Yep, nat gas inventory's in 10 minutes. Natural gas right now is up 1%. So, maybe insiders know it's going to be a heavy report. I still leaning bearish on natural gas. It hasn't given me any sort of reason to buy yet. I'm watching it every day though. Come on, Google, give me that low. Give me a new low day. So your S&P is still holding, guys. Semis are still trying to hold that pre-market low. I mean, the wicks on these semiconductor charts is just crazy. Look at how the SOXX keeps coming in to its pre-market low and wick, 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 wick. I mean, at some point, it's going to just fumble. It has to. NVIDIA is too weak right now. Come on. Financials are still holding steady, guys. That's actually going to help your S&P a little bit. JP Morgan up over 1.2. You got Wells Fargo, Bank of America, Citi. They're all showing some strength today, and that's part and parcel. They're at least absorbing a little bit of that mega cap liquidity. Meta down 10.27%, still hanging on to 600, but it's hanging on by a thread. Microsoft testing 401.90, still near the lows of the session. Under 3 trillion market cap. Come on, MSFT. I know you want to go lower. I think there's a chance. You know, off of a crazy sell program, guys, Microsoft, it would be wild, but it might happen only tomorrow. But Microsoft, when I was doing some of the math last night and tonight and this morning, Microsoft could hit 391 today. That would be wild, but more likely it could hit it tomorrow if the indices give up some of these gains. But that was the downside. Not saying it's going to, but that's the downside potential. Obviously, there's a big daily chart support level here, which is the 20-day moving average and kind of that 3 trillion psychological number. So it's still a big area. But Microsoft's looking real nasty. Amazon down 1.3, Tesla down 0.7, Apple's still green, Google's still up 5.5, Nvidia down 3.56. Oh, let's take a look. So right now, Google's market cap is what? 4.45 trillion for Google. What's Nvidia's today with the decline? Is Google trying to be bigger than Nvidia? Whoa, Google's trying to close the difference, the distance. Pretty cool. Still Nvidia's bigger. Only about 500 billion. Semis still defending pre-market low. S&P back to the green side, still struggling to get over that prior day high. Crude oil and the Dixie are still somewhat weak this morning. IWM is still ripping, man. Look at this Russell, guys. Wow, the Russell's a bully. Come on, Google. What are you doing here, man? What are you doing? Give me the sell. Come on. This is looking like an H pattern intraday on Google. Again, I have a break-even stop loss, guys, on my Google puts. The trade is risk-free. I will not let it go against me. We kind of picked a nice little entry off of this retest. This is a nice little high, lower high, lower high. Market's looking for a lower low. So here's the thing. Right now, Google has some intraday lower highs on the very short-term time frame. Price action is looking for a lower low. If you take out this low pivot, this should melt pretty hard, and it could be a quick wide range red bar sell candle on Google if it gives us a lower low. That's why I want to let it pierce this pivot, because if we get a pierce, it could have a nice waterfall into that 365 strike zone. Microsoft still seeing more sell side pressure, testing 401. Come on, Microsoft, get under 400. Take our 400 puts in the money. Come on. Natural gas, 5 minutes. Please remind me. I'm going to watch it on my other screen here, natural gas. Just want to pull it up here in advance. Yeah, natural gas keeps defending that slower boundary support area, but still underneath the daily 7 and 20. Heading into the report, natural gas is literally just tapping that 7-day moving average. Interesting. Okay, these semiconductors are just pissing me off. They need to lose this pre-market low. Just fucking sell it off already. Like Nvidia's down huge. How is SOXX not getting small? Is AMD really holding its gains? Like, what the hell, man? AMD, what are you doing? Western Digital still holding. All right, Google's coming in, guys. Get ready for our first trim. Qualcomm still a beast. Hertz is still a beast, man. Fuck. Hertz missed my entry by 5 cents, 4 cents. Are you kidding me? And look at Hertz now, guys. That hurts. That hurts, man. That was a top long setup of the day. Missed my entry by 5 cents, guys. Hurts. S&P, hard rejection. Come on, Google. Come on down. Microsoft, new low of day, guys. 400 Ps are coming quickly in the money. I like it a lot. I do like it a lot. Semiconductors are still seeing a little bit more distribution sell side. Trying to lose pre-market low again for basically the 5th time. Guys, if you want to close your Microsoft 400 puts as they cross that 400 area, they're going to be in the money. You can. I've sized it appropriately for loss, so I'm going to try to stick to it, because if we can get a move to 395 or even the crazy math number that I had calculated, 390 for tomorrow, these would be huge. So they're in profit. They're almost in the money. If you want to close them, that's up to you. The trade is green, so it is technically a winner that you can take, but I'm going to hold. I've sized it appropriately, so it's up to you. Just convinced you by Google. Yeah, I'm up almost 50% on my Google puts right now. About 48, 47 closing. So Sarfraz asking if with semis down, why is SOXX still down? Nvidia around 200. Well, You have to look at the basket, how it's weighted, right? You got Marvell, big weighting. You've got AMD, massive weighting. You've got Broadcom, AVGO, massive weighting. You got Qualcomm, a pretty big weighting. So there's four big semiconductors moving today that are keeping the basket up as a whole. All right. But again, it's tough for SOXX to stay green if Nvidia is down this much. So I'm still in the camp that SOX is going to go negative today. I think SOX is going to give us a failed hourly chart breakout of that inverted head and shoulders. Still one of the more extended, saturated aspects of the market, but it's showing its resiliency. It's pretty impressive. Fucking Google, man. All right, I'm going to put a stop loss on Google at in the money. $1.77 so that I make 10% on my contracts no matter what, because the market's trying to bounce. So I'm putting a 10% stop loss on my Google trade, 10% in the money. So at least I can say I made money. Didn't sit in this trade for nothing. It's trying to bounce a little bit. I still think we can get 365 Ps in the money, but it's fucking stubborn, man. It's defending that low of day. I wanted to see a lower low. We've got the lower highs, but just not seeing that downside move that I was looking for. Come on, man. All right, SOXX, guys, did get an hourly close underneath pre-market low. SOXX did get an hourly close below pre-market low, setting up potential sell here. AMD, Broadcom, Qualcomm need to be watched on your other screen here because they are the ones that are holding relative strength. Fucking Google, man. What is Snake? All right, let's look at this natural gas inventories because it should be out right now. Yeah, big spike on natural gas, guys. Big push here. We still, even though natural gas is getting a push here, guys, the trend is still down. You're getting lower highs. Really, the only level that I see to trade natural gas is if you're conservative, you wait for a break of this 291 pivot here or 290 pivot. If you're super aggressive, you can trade natural gas on the long side when it breaks 280, but I still don't like the trend, even with this push up here. Let's see what the report says for the fundamentals of natural gas. Still populating the data. Let me just refresh this. Oh, what is going on here? Natural gas inventories actually support higher price, guys, at least for the short term. Consensus was 83 billion build. It came in at 79 billion. So it shows about a 4 billion cubic feet more demand, all right? 4 BCF of more demand for natural gas. Um, so if you want to try to pick it at the long side here, you could try to trade it based off of the fundamental report showing that there was a greater pull from the inventories. All right. But I still think we go lower on it. All right, S&P trying to push here. Interesting. 712 on deck. Meta, Microsoft, semis all bouncing. S&P showing its resiliency back to the green side. IWM guys still ripping. Man, oh man, oh man. Come on, Google. You're the only mag that hasn't really sold much. All right, guys. So because Google's putting in 5-minute bearish consolidation here, I'm going to let it really pierce this low of day. I still think if we take out this low, you should see a nice hard 5-minute wide range candle, something to this degree of size or even this degree. So we should still see it. This is forming a bit of a potential bear flag on Google. So because we have consolidation right above that low of day, they're gonna, when they break this, it's gonna be a hard flush. Okay, here we go. Come on, here we go. I like it. Here we go, guys. Get ready. Here comes the wide range red bar candle. They should break that low of day, and then once we get that lower low, that's a very short-term technical trend breakdown. All right, we're up about 50% on these Google puts. Let's get paid, guys. Let's get it. Come on. Here we go. Nice rejection. Nice rejection. Remember, Google is the second largest company in the world, guys. Huge, huge weighting. Here we go. New low of day incoming for Google. Puts are waking up nicely. Come on, baby. Let's go. There's the wide range red bar candle that I was just discussing. New lows on the session for Google. Trend change. Shorts are going to try to hammer this stock right now. All right, guys, I just took 85% gain on Google, sold half of my puts, 85%. Boom. Let's get paid. That's what I'm talking about. Stop loss is still at break even. I'll trail it. That's the first nice win of the session. I like it. I like it a lot. Bang, bang. Good trade, guys. Great trade. Stop is at break even if you want to move it in. Actually, I'll put the stop loss. I'm going to keep the stop loss at 10% on the rest of these runners. I still have half the 365 puts. If they start to get in the money, this trade will be well north of 125, 150% possibility. All right, guys, Google is still falling to the downside right now. We should get these 365s in the money. Your SOXX is also starting to roll here. So this is what's going to push the markets down. SOXX just went negative on the session. NVIDIA piercing 200 like a hot knife through butter. Look at that sell program on NVIDIA. That is wild. That would have been a nice short. If anyone shorted NVIDIA, look at that. A 210 tap all the way down to 198. That's pretty crazy sell side pressure on the world's largest company. Google's still looking pretty weak. Crude oil starting to spike here. All right, guys, so the market's kind of settling down here a little bit. We still have crude oil trying to break above 102.70. Um, Crude oil is trying to give us a little bit of some series of higher highs, higher lows. Um, it's grinding a little bit higher here, crude. Getting some buy signals on the hourly chart, so it's shaping up for potentially a higher push. Still got runners on these Google puts. Um, Stop loss is at 10% in the money, okay? Which for me is about $1.71. $1.77, sorry. All right, semis are getting a decent bounce here. Some industrial stocks are looking pretty good, guys. Look at XLI today, up 2.1%. You got Honeywell pushing. You got Caterpillar still pushing, looking strong. Coming in a little bit here, but still relatively strong on the session. You got some of the war stocks, Raytheon grinding higher. Let's look at LMT. LMT, that's lagging a touch here. How's Eli Lilly doing still? Yeah, Eli Lilly's just a monster. Wow. That's actually busted through pre-market high. Crazy. Hmm. GME, that's pulled back quite sharply. Looking at wheat today, wheat's getting a pullback on the session. Still got some strength in these names. Look at ADM, guys. Archer Daniel. Archer Daniel. One of our newest long positions breaking out to the top side here. We're up over 5% on ADM. ADM looks like it's going to make a nice squeeze to about 78, 79 bucks. Oh, Polly saying sold Eli Lilly before earnings. Yikes. I know. It's been tricky though, this one, right? They've battered and bruised it. I mean, you look at the sell-off from 1100 down here to what, 8? That's what, 25%-ish? 20, 25%? Hmm. All right, Nvidia trying to bounce, still down 4% on Nvidia. 20-day moving average still sitting at 196. Look at the S&P acting super resilient here. Super duper resilient. Tesla showing some strength now too. That's going green. Guys, I have no problems if you want to play Tesla on the long side. It could have a big squeeze today. This is not looking like a bad pattern on Tesla now. Potential inverse head and shoulders, almost this falling wedge pattern, downside breakout. I might swing some calls on Tesla. I think Tesla has a chance at going to this. And Tesla loves Fridays, right? Tomorrow's Friday, right? Is today Thursday? Yeah, today's Thursday. Tomorrow's Friday. So this is the end of the month, guys. Last trading day is today. So we'll see if there's more monthly inflows that prop this tape up. Certainly the market is still showing some resiliency across the board. Google trying to bounce here. S&P has a nice 10-minute green candle again, buying signal. All right, so Google ripping, S&P fucking ripping, man. Look at that. Oh, SOXX back above pre-market low, shaking and moving to the top side, baby. Wow. I gotta look at some of the higher volume movers today. FATN. FATN. What is that one? All right, guys. Google stopped me out 10%. That trade is out. I'm all out of Google. That day trade. What else we got? Nokia seeing plug power. That's down 9.5%. Ouch. PLUG. Plug power getting smoked. What else we got? XRX. What the hell is that? XRX? Oh, Xerox. Is that making a comeback? Xerox? Are you serious? No way. This must just be a counter trend bounce. That thing's been in a dead slump. Yeah, Netflix is making a nice push, guys. Netflix is making a nice push. Communications. It's moving. You're right. Intraday, it's moving. I'm already long Netflix. I've said I've liked it. This is a swing trade that we're in. It keeps defending this support level. Netflix under 100 bucks, to me, no brainer. The last report was pretty stellar. I'm surprised Netflix sold off as much as it did when it had that just over 5 billion one-time payment from Paramount. So I like Netflix. And intraday, Paulie's right. It's moving. It's moving nicely. Red to green reversal, up about 1%, outperforming the S&P NQs and communication basket. New high of day. So yeah, it's a squeezer. It's got room to run intraday. I mean, Netflix could easily test. Look at that hourly chart pattern too, guys. Inverse head and shoulders breakout is literally being observed. And this is a flat top neckline breakout here. So that is a higher probability than a descending neckline when the neckline is flat. Uh, we're looking at 95 and change, so no issues. If you want to get long Netflix, I like it. You might run into a little bit of resistance today, up into this 93.40 area. So $93 calls could pay after you consolidate a little bit. But yeah, Netflix is looking decent. Very, very decent. Ford, that's down today quite sharply. Oh, did Rivian report this morning? Is it after hours? Oh, I think it's after hours. Rivian's going to be an interesting one. And you know what's interesting is Tesla is showing some relative strength today. So perhaps Rivian is going to have a good report and gap up the EV market. Let's look at the other complex. Let's look at China EVs. XPEV, yeah, that's red to green. NEO, that's lagging a little bit. Ford's under some pressure. HCAI, what the fuck is that? Up 109%? Jeez. Nice push up on SoFi, guys. That was under 15 bucks yesterday. We did pick up some longs as well. That's looking good. Wow, look at Hertz. Oh my goodness gracious me. Hertz is still trying to push. Hit well over 7 bucks. That was the fucking trade too. Damn. I'm very upset about that one. That was a 12% banger. Fuck. How's that Viavi doing? Yeah, look at that, guys. That was literally our two setups was short Viavi, long Hertz. That's crazy. Qualcomm, let's see what that's doing. QCOM, what are you doing, QCOM? Are you gonna come in? I feel like shorting QCOM. One more sweep of the high. That's a tough SOB though. Tough. Marvell. That thing's still ripping. Honestly, I don't know. Marvell's just also trading in beast mode. It's a strong technical uptrend, and the only thing I can think of is like during the massive bull market in semis, Marvell was kind of lagging a little bit here, and now it just started to get going over the last few weeks. So, um, I know, man, it's crazy. Marvell actually still could sweep this high. These semis are just on some next level. I don't know what they're eating. It's like the Fed is just printing monies in semis and just pouring it in. I don't know what they're doing, but they're crazy. All right, well, crude oil getting some pretty hard sell side pressure here. Let's look at this Bia. Terra Wolf, that's seeing some strength today as well. Yeah, Wolf is moving. I've been looking at this LVWR, this live wire, as a potential swing trade. It should make one more move down. Sammy's ripping again. Sammy's are ripping again. Crazy. Tempted to short Google again. The temptation is real. S&P acting so strong. Upside potential today, guys, for the S&P is 717. That would be wild, but that's the upside. How's Chipotle doing off of that earnings print? Nice little back test of some of your shorter day moving averages, Chipotle. LiDAR stocks are trying to catch a small bid here. Wow, the IWM is a monster today, guys. Look at it. Holy moly. IGV seeing a nice bounce off of its 20-day moving average. Semis are still pushing. Big bounce on your Nvidia trying to shape up here. S&P squeezing. Ooh-wee. Here goes the market. How's GEV? Still off of its highs. Boeing pulling back slightly. Lincoln Electric. Fuck, man. I shouldn't have sold my Lincoln Electric shares. That's probably going to be such a fucking big low. Nike still lagging. Lululemon still a piece of shit down here. Sheesh. How's Waste Management doing? Waste Management setting up a potential breakout here too. Looking pretty decent. Spicy. Uranium stocks are moving again. How's UNH doing today? UNH still pretty strong. Molina's still strong. Healthcare. Yeah, XLV guys, that's a nice defending of that neckline. That's a clinical backtest, textbook backtest. Nice weekly hammer. So it looks like healthcare is going to end the week with a pretty strong candle. So how I would trade this now, since we have a pretty defined weekly bullish reversal candle, this pattern that's setting up on healthcare XLV is looking like a long-term juicy trade, guys. Long-term, like you buy leaps on XLV, they're probably going to work out quite well. How I'm going to look to trade this over the next few weeks or even probably next week. I'm going to wait for this weekly candle to finish. Next week or the week after, sometime in the next 1 to 2 weeks, I'm going to hope for a retrace of this candle. Enter longs. And then your stop loss would be a weekly close below this low. So that's a nice area. That's your neckline breakout back test. It's potential lower pivot for your right shoulder of this massive pattern. So next week might be a nice entry point for XLV. I'm pretty sure, I think Polly said she was in it already, but that's setting up nicely, guys. You got the first bullish 7 and 20 crossover. They sold into that, digested. Now you're setting up the next one. So yeah, healthcare is looking pretty juicy. CNC still holding. Molina Healthcare still holding. Humana. NVO. How are the shipping stocks doing as of late? Merck. Merck have earnings after hours? Well, that should be a good one. Yes, first thing. Okay, cool. Yeah, Tesla's ripping for sure. Dollar just made new lows on the session. Tesla's ripping with the market. IWM small caps moving quickly. We're seeing quite a bit of strength coming back into the tape here. Lots of green starting to appear on the screen. Even software is making a move. Wow, Rocket Lab's up 7. Yeah, it's moving. Moving hard and fast. MongoDB, that's down. Market's ripping. Looks like S&P is going to take out the highs, guys. Wouldn't surprise me to see that. Let's look at NVIDIA. Pretty impressive, guys, to see. Even when the world's largest company's down pretty big, the market is still flexing its muscles. Saying we don't need NVIDIA to go up. Semis are going for another new high of day. Look like they did a fake breakdown underneath the pre-market low just to lure in more shorts, and now they're ripping it in the face. Carvana, I forgot Carvana reported. How's that thing doing? Oof, Carvana, where'd you go? Look at nasty gap and crack on CVNA. That's filthy. That is filthy. Software making a comeback. Caterpillar still up 8.5%. Man, Caterpillar's a monster as well. That's crazy. That is crazy. This market is strong. All right, guys, so just the one day trade for me today. Got a nice little win there on Google. But holy shit, this tape is relentless. Relentless. Crude oil still flagging intraday like it wants to push higher, but the VIX is being compressed. All indices are green. IWM, massive move to the upside on the Russell. Well, yeah, Crocs also reported. That's staying somewhat mixed. Hmm. Gold, silver still pushing. Natural gas still up 1.2%. Interesting. Yeah, Tesla's shaking and moving this morning, guys. Holy moly. She's going. She's trying to break. Look at that hourly candle. That is a fat candle. Fat candle for sure. Ticker car. Trying to mimic a little bit of a breakout here as well. This one also could move, guys. We could see double-digit gain on car. You could. It's trying to set up an inverted head and shoulders breakout as well. Watch this one for a bit of a momentum trade. Ticker CAR. I don't even know what the IV is anymore, but just I wouldn't chase it here. I'd wait for a little bit of a pullback, consolidation, then you can trade it. Could always be a failed breakout, but it's looking pretty strong. SoFi making a nice move. You know what's crazy is if this turns to be a gap down on SoFi earnings to allow institutions to get SoFi on the cheap, shake out all of the people that were late off of this rally, they could still push this high into that S&P rebalancing, guys. That thesis around SoFi, and that's one of the main reasons I took profits. I was just too nervous around earnings. I'm glad I did, but SoFi, I still have a bullish thesis around that S&P rebalance period. The S&P rebalance is around June 12th. But sometime within the first week of June, we should hear whether or not SoFi is going to be included into the S&P 500 rebalance period. So I still am bullish SoFi. That thesis hasn't changed. It's just we're trading level to level. And honestly, the safe bet now on SoFi is stop loss right at this low, this earnings low. If SoFi takes out this low on a daily or even a weekly close, then it probably melts down to sub 13. So that's kind of how I'm watching SoFi now. If we take out that recent low, that daily low, probably don't want to be holding longs. But for the time being, SoFi still has that rebalance narrative behind it to push it. All right, we are seeing crude oil trying to grind higher, breaking out here intraday, setting higher highs, trying to climb above 103. Not a bad spot. I might look at the Russell puts today. IWM, guys. I think IWM has a strong chance. It's diverged in such a big way. I'm going to take a lotto downside trade on the Russell. It is going to be, what are we up right now? $3. So I'm going to take 274 0 DTE puts on the Russell, guys. 274 zeros on the Russell. It's just going to be a small lotto trade. I'm only going to take 3 contracts, guys. 3 cons. Small size in case that oil wants to break out here and push. So I'm in IWM 274 puts, 0 DT at 39 cents, 3 cons, small size. Let's get paid. Come on. IWM just retested the 7-day moving average. So trying to pick a short-term resistance level here, daily chart resistance level. It's also trying to get back above this little neckline zone. So we'll see how it reacts. All right. This is such a crazy rally. If you would have asked me at the beginning of the day if Nvidia is down 3.7, Microsoft down 4, Meta down 8, and the stock market's at new all-time highs, I would have said no. So once again, the market is seeing a shocking performance.